Okay, we're back with more Final Fantasy 13. Let's keep walking forward as you do. They go through here. I do have to turn this game really high up compared to basically everything else we play on stream, so if it gets to be too loud at any point, let me know. I don't have a lot of fine control over volume in this. I have a feeling I just went in the exact wrong direction. There's a big map, isn't there? Oh yeah, super did. Okay. There's only two ways to go, and I went the wrong way. I think that arrow is an objective marker, but it might also just mark north. I have no idea. Alright, so if I recall correctly, I auto battle for 2 rounds, then I try to change paradigms here. I should probably make another slash and burn setup here. Somebody commented on YouTube that it's possible to cause some of these actions to start activating early. If you have like 4, you can do like 3 or something like that. Does anyone know how that works specifically? Fortunately, I have to have the trend a little bit louder because the voice acting is extremely quiet. Set up a second slash and burn paradigm here. Oh, interesting. You can just have it make one for you. I guess what's the use case for activating them early? To try to get them to pop off while I'm waiting for...
So far, so good. Let's pick up the pace. The ATB refresh to become available. Could I use one of those?
Bit too heavy for you.
Okay.
Whoops, a staff boy. Or a boomerang boy? Cross racket boy? That was... okay. Sudden cut to salad.
You became a lessee, so now you're gonna marry this idiot? And you think I'm gonna buy that? Full points for originality. But don't forget.
I guess the connection is that you use a knife to eat salad, but that's like the one utensil you would never use to eat salad.
Sis. This is ridiculous. Worst birthday ever.
Wait, Sarah!
Seriously? Is it a real scene in this game?
Believe her?
You kidding me? She gets made a lessee and you pop the question?
Lightning, stop it!
No, you stop it! Get out of my house.
You're shutting her out! She's your sister!
This is so totally weird. It's like offering to marry a person who's diagnosed with cancer or something. It seems completely reasonable.
I'll protect her.
Yeah, right? Well, she's just wearing her full military outfit in her house, too. I don't need them to dynamically change outfits throughout the game. I can suspend my disbelief, but it's just... These scenes are already so silly. Oh, this is the connection. Okay.
How practical.
We interrupt this program to bring you an urgent Sanctum bulletin. Late last night, officials confirmed the presence of a pulse Fal'Cie.
Is it the fact that it is a switchblade that makes it practical?
Acting with Fal'Cie Eden's approval, authorities declared a state of emergency. The entire district will be quarantined in response to this crisis. This
Is it that they know she's murder lady, so they gave her a murder thing?
Officials confirmed the presence of a pulse Fal'Cie inside the city of Bodum.
Sarah, I should have listened to you.
Oops, like what? I was asking if I could use your sword. Never mind. Now I had to move some rules around to allow for baffling games to be on the schedule. So it's nice that we get to play a couple of them via franchise focus, like Resident Evil 6 and this one.
Follow my lead.
Yeah, I think it's pressing the Y button to activate the abilities early. Which maybe matters for getting ETB refresh.
Just hang on!
We should do a double medic setup here.
We got this under control.
Their healing targeting feels really odd in this game.
Out of my way! Keep it up.
I guess maybe I might want to press Y to have them activate their abilities early if it might kill an enemy. They can't hit me as much, perhaps.
No problem.
Okay, didn't go great. Got it.
I think I'm getting the hang of fighting thanks to you.
These guys. Barb Spectres. Should probably try casting Libra once.
Time to switch it up. Keep up with me, Hope.
We can do it on 6, I guess, maybe.
Be ready for the next fight.
It's weird that it defaulted to making Lightning a medic instead of Hope. I can adjust that, though. Just puzzled by that. Roll level. No, it's okay. Still not clear on what the roll level increases do. Just like straight combat math or something. Probably makes more sense. Edged carbine. I feel like I'm never going to use different gear though. Right? I'm just gonna use this blaze fire saber for the rest of time. Until it requires me to break it down, I guess. I don't know how many resources that's gonna be worth. It's fair.
Out of my way!
It's not terrible. Like it's very playable. Probably one of the more complete games I would call baffling. Like as fun as Resident Evil 6 was and how largely playable it
That's how it's
was,
done.
it was still really buggy and janky and bizarre. Here it's like they seem to be doing everything they wanted to do, but everything they wanted to do is weird, right? I don't really care for the music so far. The battle music is okay. But the rest of it's not particularly sticking
This'll
with
be
me so far,
interesting.
sadly. That's usually enough to get me into a game by itself. Recognize that could be non-Uematsu prejudice, though. Oops. Hold on, switch things.
Keep up with me, Hope. Thanks.
Here. Come on, Light.
Some buffs here real quick. Yeah, congrats on executing your vision, but why? Exactly. It's interesting, I do like that about baffling games, is that so far
We got
every
this
game
under
we've played
control.
that's baffling is baffling for a completely different reason. It's very strange. The stagger air juggling. I've always said air juggling is a bad sign when I see that a video game has it.
Switch it up.
Is it worse when it's in a turn-based RPG?
I'm gonna go look ahead.
Way to look ahead, Hope.
Who would have thought there'd be traps here?
Gonna fight?
You know what to do. Nothing personal. Be ready for the next fight.
Oh no. Do something to open this gate. No, okay. That reeks of shame at the level layout. It's funny.
Come on, light.
Thanks.
Here.
Yeah, I meant to switch to hero leadership. I guess I'll take my buffs. Attacks like that have a weird implication for, like, the ATB, right? Because while I'm getting knocked in the air, she's not allowed to act. I think I've played a couple of other Final Fantasy games where there are just weird ATB interactions where, like, it freezes for you but not for the computer, or vice versa, depending on what the animation of the spell is. At least this game is at least nominally attempting to justify ATB. I've complained before, I think it's generally
Keep up with me,
like...
Hope.
It's basically turn-based, but the computer is better at it than
No
you, which
problem.
is pretty boring. Is that counted as preemptive? Okay. Warp drive, buddy. Three of them.
Keep up with me, Hope.
I guess that didn't give me a refresh. Okay. Now, if I switched too early, did I lose whatever refresh was being built to before? No, apparently not. It's a bizarre mechanic. It would confuse me less if it was conveyed in some way. If there was a bar somewhere on the screen that was showing how close I was to an ATB refresh. I have a feeling abusing it like that isn't an intended method of play, that's just there so that when you switch to a healing mode that the heal comes out quickly. I don't know. A lot of dudes. I've got some AoE.
Out of my way!
Here.
got this under control. Thanks.
They lead them down with Blitz, that's nice. Might be 7 rather than 6 now. It looks like it fills. It's so hard to tell the difference between getting an ATB refresh and the bar just charging during the long paradigm shift animation.
Follow my lead.
Maybe that's another reason to activate the ability early when the stagger bar is just about full. No, something got screwed with the stagger bar. Yeah. When I knock the computer in the air like that, does that fuck with their ATB also? I feel like ATB has to be like reliable. Like you have to know that that's the only thing governing when characters act. So like adding weird animations where enemies can't act despite having full ATB is very odd. It makes it difficult to kind of read the state of combat. They can't attack while you're juggling them.
This is interesting.
Also looks like it takes me more time to execute the attack from the ATB bar if I'm like bouncing them in the air like that weirdly. Every ATB game has a weird delay there if they're in the bar. Yeah. I guess whether it's like standing around or the computer gets to continue to take actions.
Keep up with me, Hope.
That wasn't so bad.
9 in particular feels really slow, even on whatever the highest speed setting is.
Hey, I think we're onto something.
Okay, there's an actual real interesting enemy here, gotcha. I would buy it, yeah. 8 is twice as fast as 9. I guess that time I didn't get the refresh. That means I should get it like now, maybe? Question mark?
I've got your back. Here.
Yeah, it's even if you have weight turned on to do that. Maybe you get a feel for that eventually with this game too.
Time to switch it up.
Hey, thanks for switching targets, computer. this combat method is like throw it in the trash bad either. I just wonder if it's just overly gated, so it is necessarily way less interesting towards the beginning of the game. You could see it being cool. I'm worried this game's gonna have that, like, Final Fantasy XII problem where they just assume everybody playing it is 100%. Critical Veil. Oh. I need to pick one of these, I think. And then just go ham on upgrading it. This game's upgrade system kind of makes me want to die. Probably isn't the worst upgrade system I've ever seen in a video game, but it's like engineered to stress me out. New shop recently. Wait, so what causes them to get new items? Some of the existing shops just can randomly get new shit. I feel like there's basically nothing worth selling. Gotta wait until I have a fat stack of screw items. Oh no, what does upgrading the accessory do? Does it just give it a defense bonus, or would like that make that accessory actually give me more strength? See, that always makes me worried that like they give you all these accessories that have like very corner case effects, like, I don't know, resist, deprotect, or something like that. But it's like balanced around assuming that you grind it out, maxing it out to 100% protection. So your 20% is basically useless. You just get staff buffs from upgrades. Okay.
Follow my lead.
I wish their health didn't go away during that paradigm transition.
Help! I got you.
Why? So, when you auto battle Cure, do they like stay committed to whatever their auto target was, even after it's no longer relevant to heal that person? Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. Fuck. And at least Dark Souls kind of has this thing going for it where, like, individual weapons at least feel different from each other and have different animations and stuff. Here it's like, I assume weapons are all stat sticks, so... Dark Souls upgrades, except every weapon has the same animation as just a stat stick. Handful of accessories can be made a more powerful version of that accessory. Oh boy.
What happened here?
Bad luck. They came looking for us and found something worse.
We can't just leave them like this.
Don't touch anything! Control your emotions. If you want to survive, you forget about sympathy.
What's the ideal stack of screw items to use, or does it not matter? Is it like anything above 20 or something? I'm worried the answer is that the ideal stack is 99.
Like a strategy. Focus on your ultimate goal and shut out everything else. Still your mind. Move on instinct. Let doubt take over, and despair will cripple you.
It's her approach to making
Strategy.
salad.
Good. I'll take anything to help me get through this. I'll call it Operation Nora.
Oh, I forgot that they max out. So you can
My mother's name.
overspend?
Your revenge.
If the game projected how close it was going to get you
Don't
to a new
tell me.
multiplier level on the organic
I
materials
know
and how
getting
close it was
revenge on
getting you to
him
maxing it out on the screw materials, I would be fine with
Bring him
that. But
back.
I basically
I
just have
know
to try
that.
it and then load if it wasted some.
But sorry won't cut it.
Snow didn't kill your mother. The Sanctum did.
Whose side are you on?
The side of truth.
Fine. I'll fight the Sanctum with you. I'll learn to survive.
Oh, he was amenable to that.
How can you judge someone else when you know that you're the same? Even I have dark secrets. Secrets I'd rather forget.
Nothing I can't handle.
Is the computer generally pretty smart in the auto battle about whether to use blitz or not?
Target's a target.
That wasn't so bad.
That post you linked, tearing in, makes me want to scream. Oh man. That definitely gives me that strong, like, why would you think this is okay energy, right? How could you not be, like, doing testing and, like, going, you know, we probably need to put some more information on the screen as to how this works. fighting a gun bike. Cool. It's a veil cycle, excuse me.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Almost done, I think. There it goes.
No problem.
Waste 70 of your stack of 99. Who's a what's on upgrading that bangle? You can always grind another 5 hours to get them back. So. So it might not be the worst crafting system of all time, but I think it's specifically engineered to give me a heart attack. And or make me want to throw up.
Stay down.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Can I think of a worse one? Maybe not, actually. I guess the thing that makes me give it points is thinking, well, if it just included a little bit more information, it wouldn't be as bad, but I don't think it gets points for the thing that
That's
it
it, Hope.
chose not to include, right?
Time to switch it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna use a PC mod to clean it up. It's points for my ability to imagine what I wish it was. Even like in its optimal form where all of this information is displayed on screen, it's still pretty bad. Just to be honest. That's still not great. Yeah, it's all like exactly QOL driven stuff. Absolutely. I call it the attention burden, right? Like, or the attention to payoff ratio.
Focused.
How closely do I have to pay attention to this in order to make good use of it? And like, what's the
Time to switch it up. Hope.
my brain is frying to make it look proportional. What's the proportional reward for putting that much attention into it, right? So if I have to spend 10,000 units of attention on it to get a, 0.01% improvement over just ignoring the system entirely. Personally, I'll probably ignore the system even if it's kind of interesting. Or otherwise has some cool ideas.
Time to switch it up.
It seems like having two medics is kind of bad because they're really bad at auto-battling, determining who should target who. It seems like they both try to heal whoever's lowest. Maybe? So anyway, the
Nothing personal.
attention to payoff ratio can be improved with more information and more quality of life improvements to make it clear what things are doing. Here it seems like I really want to get the most out of the upgrade system. I'm going to have to look at this nightmare upgrade article that Darren had linked. Pull up a calculator.
I have this feeling something bad
bad's about to happen.
It has the effect of every time that I interface with the upgrade system, even though my weapon's getting better, I'm going to actively feel bad because I'm going to know that I could have spent a little bit more time making it less terrible.
This is it. Operation Nora.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Star means maxed out. Aster Protoflorian.
Keep up with me, Hope. Thanks.
So the majority of CP in this game comes from boss fights, not from regular enemies? And also, I think we said that as soon as the synergists finish casting all their relevant buffs, they're useless until you gotta switch off.
Under control.
Has some kind of buff that makes it immune to certain elements.
Follow my
Or
lead.
debuff independently. I hate the fourth attack animation. Like the time it takes for her to backflip backwards and do a little gun shot is like twice as long as any of her sword swings. I try to stagger, but then I'll likely switch to Odin. I'll jump in the air.
Follow my lead.
Right. They last for quite a while. Yeah, I feel like that's another thing where it would be nice if the game informed you if it was like had some kind of indicator to show that one of your classes was out of shit to do and you should swap off of it. I guess you just have to learn, oh, Hope only has Protect and Shell right now, so anything else is a waste of time or something. Can I summon during stagger and do more damage, or is deck treated completely separately? Oh really? I thought that it was just like a feature of ATB, because it's just a regular attack animation, right? That goes from swing to shoot gun.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Yeah, that sucks when you activate that too early. It makes the bar completely waste a bunch of steps there, it seems like. I might go to the library to sustain summon stagger bonus. It's not like decaying through the entire summon animation, I guess would be my fear.
Cut us a path.
So, remind me, I want to try to hit a bunch of times with lightning, and then before Odin's SP runs out, and with the Gestalt bar as high as possible, only then do I want to press the X button to activate Santetsuken or whatever the hell. I hate that I have such unfettered access to potions. This would be a good way to get better combat ratings, too.
We do this together!
I feel like that's not quite as bad as the Final Fantasy XII limit break system, which I think is the worst I've ever seen. But it's still like...
Let's ride!
It seems... trivial to not do it wrong, I guess? Like, this is odd, like here, for example, right? Like, obviously don't use Zantetsuken until you're down to 1 at the very end, right? You want to try to get down to exactly 1.
The storm is here! Until
I
next
guess maybe
time.
the objective is that it feels good to not trivially misplay and like immediately pop Zantetsuken with a full Gestalt bar, right? That would be bad. I'll die right after that. Scream.
Keep up with me, Hope.
Come on, Light.
Get for letting the tech wear off. Oh, good. Things are going so well. What the hell is happening here? Does boss have some kind of like crazy near bottom of health bar? Maybe it's just protect wearing off that's just absolutely wrecking me here. And see, it's casting some kind of debuff on me. Yeah, like right there, you'd think that the fact that they're split up, that one of them would try to heal the other, but they seem really bad at trying to manage that for some reason. I feel like summoning was the worst decision I could have made there. As if I was fairly certain that the summon was going to finish him off.
Time to switch it up.
It's already almost dead. Incredible.
Here. Come on, Light.
Oh, I was intentionally waiting on the stagger to end. The reason summoning was a bad decision there was because Starian expanded. So I wasn't able to react to my buffs wearing off and switch to Synergist at a reasonable time, so I just came back with no buffs and got nuked really fast after Odin went away. I guess I could have tried refreshing them before Odin came out,
well.
but I'm guessing they're just ticking down while Odin's out. Switch to Ruin for the 4th hit to prevent the backflip. Oh, wow. Probably think of this game as effectively having Chrono Cross progression. Basically, you unlock special stuff when you beat a boss, and that's about it. Heavy damage with attack to launch target about to recover from stagger. God, I hope auto battle's good at that. I don't want to pay attention to that at all. I was already dying the moment Odin disappeared. Or at least it felt that way. Extra accessories. Seems like a pretty important fucking thing. Okay, I think I would put two of the same kind of thing here. Yeah, that makes sense. It seems double medic is kind of bad. Fortunately, I'd like to have Lightning do the buffing and Hope do the healing with medic, but the auto battle on medic is seems really bad. Like Donald Duck from Kingdom Hearts bad. Creature comforts. Okay, so now I can buy organic crap. What? Why are there 5 different things that all cost the same? Look at that article posted. Yeah, it doesn't take into account that your character dying is way worse than someone else dying. Just by sturdy bones? Okay, thank you. That's what I want to know. Using these. Just sell all of them because they're worth a good amount of money. Take these. Hate that these exist. $36 sturdy bones is an automatic ×3 multiplier. Okay, that helps me think about it less. Thank you. So I'm just gonna sell everything that's not. Is there a reason not to sell non-upgraded items? Because I have to switch to something later when I max something out, I guess. And then occasionally I get like credit chips that I can sell for free. So that's reasonably priced. Lenore's Garage. Is there a comparable, most cash-efficient purchase from Lenore's Garage? Or the answer is that it depends. I'm just curious if, like, the XP per GP is most efficient for one of these, or if they're all effectively the same, or if I should get the polymer emulsions because it's the cheapest, so it's the most likely that I could exactly hit a level. You always want the most expensive thing. Okay, thanks. Let's give this a try here. I just wanna die. Put your arms around me, baby. Just want to die. Alright, I already have a ×2, so let me get it up to a ×3 manually, I guess. And after that I can try to only ever use the other thing. I wish I knew how close it was. This is... Okay, there we go. That might be a wait. I guess I did just save so I can load. Okay, so I wasted, right? So let's load and see how much I wasted. Hey, Serp, how you doing? I know, right? Do we know even what the star level is for a random weapon? Is it like always 15 or 20 or something? Get it up to 3x and then save. There it is. Yeah, you wasted a bunch, unfortunately, on your Tony Hawk vote, Kami. Alright, let's try 20, and then load when it's wrong. God damn it. I just wanna die. I can't afford to misspend here, like... Could be the difference between all of the money that I have. Don't sell shrouds in the future. Why? Are there like boss fights that expect you're going to use them or something? Don't tell me that it's exactly 40. This system is so fucked. It's so bad. It was only now that I'm doing this right now where I'm having to kind of guess how many I have to use that I'm realizing how fucked this is. This might deserve an award. Why did they think this was okay? What was the fantasy usage of this system? Was it like, oh, they don't know what the numbers are, so they're going to have to experiment. I think that was what the pop-up said. Experiment with different combinations. Like, there's no combinations. Like, what are you talking about? Alright, I am okay with possibly wasting up to 5 things. Fine. Okay. Now, once it's starred, I can then dismantle it into... Once I replace it, I can dismantle it into some kind of unique thing that makes my next weapon better. No, I just meant you overspent, Kami. You could have spent enough to get it to win without burning some of it. If I find a special catalyst, I can upgrade it to a new tier. So I never want to dismantle the star thing. Okay. Are there certain weapons that are allowed to level up higher than other ones or something? Like, could I have made a mistake by picking the flame blade or whatever first?
That's it. Hallam Pullum.
That's where
If you can
live,
find a
right?
similar upgrade guide to the accessory one you posted, Taryn, let me know. Then I can just try to use a precise number of things
We'll
on
stop in
things.
when we get there.
No. We're the sea now, and no
Good
one's
looking
there but
out.
my dad.
Hope. You need to let him know what happened.
I think I just spent all my resources to upgrade Lightning's weapon, and now we're going to swap perspectives away from her.
Okay.
I'll wait to see
time
where it's
hunt
actually
some
sending me
lassie.
here.
So what, we find him and that's that?
Don't get all hot and bothered.
Okay. There's one ultimate weapon. Any weapon can be reached from any low-tier weapon. So really just focus on one weapon the whole game. Where do I get the weapon upgrade catalyst? Is that just like random drops, basically? Which I won't be, but that at least confirms that I can't screw it up by picking the wrong starting weapon.
Hold on!
Okay.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing to get Gil if I'm not selling all of the stupid shrouds. Selling other weapons and accessories that I'm not going to use?
Jump!
Okay, 26, 61. Oh, there's only a few tiers of weapons. So, maxing Lightning's weapon might last me for a while. That didn't go well. That would have been kind of exciting if this wasn't a flashback. I like that she was already captured, and then Snow, like, tried, but, like, the end result was the same. The status quo didn't change there.
Sarah.
I guess he got her in, like, a goop coffin or something, so...
I went to the Foul Sea hoping to help her. But I was too late.
Enemies that drop the upgrade mat to tear up Lightning's weapon are in Chapter 13.
Knew
Okay,
you were hard-headed, but
That was
thank you.
Ow!
snap
That's-
to it. We're rolling out.
There's only 3 tiers in the whole game.
Hunting Lassie, right?
I feel like they should have just not had the crafting system. They should have started working on it and been like, you know what, this is dumb. Just cut it, it's fine. We'll have weapons drop like every other Final Fantasy, so maybe you'll be excited about a drop you get that could be an upgrade.
I will keep my promise, Lightning.
Instead, everything just degenerates into gil that you use to upgrade your shit, right? I might load a couple saves back if it turns out that I'm loading into a different character than Lightning here. So it's only the weapons that have 3 tiers? Okay. It feels like it's a bad idea to pick a accessory to work on though, right? Unless if you know you really want to. Like I would put it on, I don't know, Hermes shoes or something that has a really obvious, amazing full game effect, or like a ribbon, I guess.
Fresh air. Nice.
So, where we headed?
Dunno.
You don't know? I thought you had somewhere in mind the way you took off.
I followed the smell.
What?
Smells nice. All naturey.
Just smells damp. And I think something bit me.
Hide!
Sky. Closest city that way is Palampolum. That is not good. I wonder if those two were caught in the net.
What do we do?
What do we do? Right now, what can we do?
This game seems to be, even more so than most RPGs, very focused on like damage. Killing the enemy before they can hurt you is a better form of defense.
Right.
I wish that there were different resources used to level up the accessories versus the weapons, because I think I'm going to pick the weapon every time. Unless if I get into a battle where I'm getting one shot or something.
Which would be to Nautilus.
But then also the whole damage formula seems busted, because like the actual amount of damage you're doing is very dependent on the enemy being in stagger state. Do you stagger faster if you do more damage, or is stagger rate a completely independent feature of attacks from your stats?
If we want to get the Nautilus, our road's through here.
I'm just going to deal with it. I'll get back to lightning later, I guess.
First things first.
Stagger faster with more damage. Okay. So that feels like the more important thing then.
Now there's a sight I didn't want to see.
Pepper guys. I have to double check whatever auto paradigms are generated for me. That's fine.
He's up, old man! Follow my lead, Pops!
Landragora, I like it. Landragora. It almost feels like any damage you're doing when an enemy is not staggered isn't like real damage, for lack of a better word. Like it's like middling damage that just exists to get them into a stagger state so you can actually kill them for real.
The old man still got it.
I haven't leveled her up at all, apparently. Let's do that now, then. My kingdom for this to just be a menu. It's like they felt pressured by the sphere grid or something to make it look complicated. I guess it occasionally gives you choices. Maybe later in the game it's asking you to divide among multiple different things. Saboteur looks like it has some interesting abilities. So auto battle, if it knows that an enemy is immune to poison, won't bother wasting time on poison, or this like Persona 3, they're gonna spam poison repeatedly. I'd be okay with it if we're complicated, or we're actually complicated, yeah. This is so simple that I feel like you could just tell it, hey, just hold the A button on this screen whenever you get CP and tell me what stat bonuses I get. That'd be a nice setting. Just tell it, yeah, just get all the side nodes. And then just spend it all automatically, please. So generally, the job that gives, that has a role upgrade in it is the one that that character is supposed to specialize in, I guess. Or he's more specialized in. Your top paradigm automatically the one you start as, or does that change depending? Or is the green one that you have to... Oh, set as active paradigm, there we go. Didn't pause on every focus node for the same length of time. It takes... Yeah, I'm doing that on purpose. Because of the ATB refresh thing.
All this dampness.
Been doing that. Oh, wait.
To the victor go this morning.
Okay, that died way faster.
Well, I guess this is better than homicidal scorpion robots and mountains of trash.
Guess this is better than insert enemy from earlier chapter here. Yeah, that makes sense. It would make more sense with full party. Yeah, that's why I have two.
Change is good, Pops. Way to go, Zaz!
Eight vials of mysterious fluid. I think I've heard this song before in Theater Rhythm Final Fantasy. I don't hate this one. It's at least recognizable compared to a lot of the other music in the game so far.
You're gonna regret this.
So far it doesn't come across as like totally inappropriate.
Now you're talking!
Whoops, mistake. Oh, weird. So she'll do D-Shell, Poison, D-Shell instead of doing... Wait, she's not doing Quake at all. So will she only cast Quake if there's multiple targets?
To the victor go this morning.
Really? Is that, do they never use TP abilities on their own because they're assuming that you're going to want to activate them for boss fights and the like?
Gotta be just a little quiet, okay? For all we know, they could be so...
Well, that wasn't scary at all.
Once you slash and burn, like, I feel like trying to start with Saboteur is just slash and burn with extra steps. It's so mean that the stagger bar starts decaying between the moment you preemptive strike them and when that actually lets you input a command. That would make sense if that's what was happening. But they don't, I mean, I know this is kind of a spoiler, they don't keep the same combat systems into 13.2 and 3, right? And with their whole thing that they're completely different.
Change is good, Pops.
13.2 mostly is the same combat system. Okay. Oh, I wasted the fire up. Cool. I'm able to pay attention enough to the game now to notice when the auto battle is doing something stupid, and it's like making my eye twitch because it's the kind of thing where it's like, well, I could go in there and like make it not do that, but it seems incredibly not worth it. Like the extra attention to make it play 1% more efficiently, right?
Don't you go blaming it on me when you wander off and get lost.
Upgraded any wands for her yet, so anyway, that's worse anyway. Rude debuffing. Success rate of debuffing abilities doesn't make the debuff stronger. The shops just have new stuff because of story progress, I guess. So can I get that wand back if I were to sell it now? Oh no, so I've already sold stuff like that. I just need to not think about it. I guess maybe that's improving the argument for worst crafting system of all time, because it seems like the existence of the crafting system of this game actively makes it worse. Like usually a crafting system is like, yeah, well, if you don't like it, you can not engage with it and the game's still pretty playable, right? It feels like the whole math of combat is assuming that you've leveled up their weapons And maybe weirdly assuming that you've leveled them up on like a smooth curve for each individual character, even though the 3x XP multiplier absolutely encourages you to do the opposite of that. So you'd have to come up with a really good argument for a game with a worse crafting system.
Change is good, Pops. Follow my lead, Pops.
Yeah, the FF12 combo kill, exactly. Like, really, the incentive for a chain is to fight the same enemy over and over? It seems weird. Double down on that. Yeah, so I think an ATB refresh, if you switch too early, the clock is still ticking on your ATB refresh, such that if you switch immediately after the next round, you'll get it. But you just kind of have to feel it out, I guess. Maybe I'll try looking at the live split timer. It's gotta make speedrunning this game a nightmare.
Follow my lead, Pops.
Yeah.
Great. Here's the bumper crop.
And I'm okay with games that are structured that way, where it's like, oh, this is meant to be, you know, it's like Animal Crossing. We're not expecting anyone to actually engage with this as an interesting system to try to optimize. Fine. But even if they just got rid of the whole invisible XP multiplier thing, that would be significantly less painful, I think, even for the average player who's not trying to optimize it. So I think just about any player is going to see that and realize, okay, so I could, like, significantly waste resources here. And bumble your way through the upgrade systems to beat the game. Okay. Maybe I'm overestimating the effect of plus 115 strength. There are definitely some Final Fantasy games where a stat boost like that would just be like, and now bosses die in one hit, right?
Change is good, Pops.
I didn't have it that time, I guess. Massage is like magic commando, and lightning is like physical commando. Still looks like he primarily does magic attacks. Maybe he upgraded his gun, so I'm gonna switch to that. I feel like a lot of games with weapon and armor progression systems and crafting systems have some way to convey to you, like, what on curve is. It's part of the problem, right?
Well, that wasn't scary at all.
Again?
Favorite part of the game.
No daydreaming now.
Tell you that my favorite part of the alternate universe game that has some of the same ideas, but they're better realized. That's not what your question was. The story with the Lassie is kind of like those lore bullet points, I guess, if they were handled less stupidly.
That wasn't scary at all.
And I think the combat system of focusing on strategy over tactics is kind of a cool idea. It's just the beginning of the game is awful because you only have 2 party members and you don't really have any real choices. isn't balanced to super punish you for just playing it. Okay, gotcha.
There should be a dock on the other side of these trees.
Right. Yeah, those first 90 minutes where your only choice is to attack or potion, right?
Tell me about yourself.
Huh?
Any family?
I have a little boy.
Oh, so you're
You
married?
figured that out, Danielle.
I was, yeah.
We gotta get you home. Your son needs you. Come on, we'll make it.
Danielle, it's like you're talking to a heavyset woman and just saying, oh, how long have you been pregnant for?
How'd you...
Be careful making assumptions.
You might be a lessee, but you're still a daddy.
You're right.
So, what's his name?
Saj 2. These are just jumping around kind of randomly, right? We're definitely not going back and or forward in time each time.
Making a wish, huh? What'd you wish for?
Well, you're never happy. You never smile. So here's what I wished. I wish that you'd cheer up and be like your old self again.
My theory is that they have some set of flashback cutscenes that they maybe
How about
originally
that?
intended to place in a different
Your wish
order.
came true.
Then they realized that the core gameplay loop never stopped or slowed down in any way, so they just divided these up kind of arbitrarily in the story. They need to come up with a reason to flash back to this that made more sense than, here is a dagger that you got for your birthday when you were mad at Snow.
That's my little secret.
Sass,
Huh?
you alright?
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Pops. You really got to keep it together, okay? Now, let's go.
Now I got kids looking out for me. Some dad I am.
I get over a feeling this is like the exact wrong way to go about trying to endear you to characters. Assuming that you're not already pre-on board with them, right? From like being hyped about the game pre-release. Scale Beast awaits you ahead. Avoid the encounter. Okay. Dark Souls 2 fat enemy. Maybe I'll give it a try. I really want to sell stuff to try to max out his guns, but I don't think I have enough stuff to sell anymore. Stagger maintenance? What's the passive on his current gun? I already fucked that up, didn't I? Plus 100 HP. Cool. Yeah, I fucked up. It's fine. Just don't look at it or think about it. Sell everything else.
I know someone would love to see it.
Probably don't need a ton of copies of all of these. There's basically no reason to have more than one copy of Doctor's Code because the only person who can use potions is the main character, right? Or the currently controlled character, I suppose. We'll get rid of anything that's like critical. Tend to not care for those types of items. Or maybe they evolve into something super important and that was a massive misplay. I don't know. Might be enough. I can max out his guns here. So I already have the 2x bonus. Are you the way you choose to be game? I have no idea how close I am with 3x. There it is. Alright, time to reload a few times as we figure out what I need to max this. Let's try all 45 to start. Okay, so it's less than 45. Oh yeah. So just have to guess. Okay, so it's... Okay, I got 42s. 24,600, is that right? So I don't know how much I'm getting per item, right? Oh, is it projecting how much it's about to give me? Do I know how much I currently have on it since it's level 10? This will be easier when I'm starting from a weapon from scratch, I guess. So that's obviously overkill, but it can't be overkill by that much since I'm already level 10 on this thing. Maybe 40? I should be able, for all the other characters, I should be able to just use that table to use a precise amount and exactly hit it. So that's good. Okay, so it must be slightly more than 40. Here I won't have to do this anymore for all future weapons. So when you use the catalyst item to transform a starred weapon, does that reset its XP total back to level 1 and then I can use the table to know exactly how much to spend the next time? I've wasted a couple, but that's fine. Okay, so if I have a starred weapon or I have a weapon that's level 1, I can use that table going forward for everything. this thing like resistant to some of these debuffs? I can't tell if they're... Doesn't it put like a thing on the target health bar if they landed? So, good.
Is it really over?
You can't tell if it's resistant or failing. Are they more likely to take debuffs when they're staggered or not really?
Follow my lead, Pop.
Remind me how I check the scan status after casting Libra on them? There's like a button I have to press to do that, right? Every round to get debuffs on most things.
Show 'em how it's
Let's
done.
use Quake on them, I guess. R1. Thanks. Powerful lightning makes attacks physical and magic resistance low when staggered. Chain bonus accumulates slowly. Chain resistance 95%. So I have to like cast Libra again to see status resistance? I just see elemental, I think, right? Okay, none. So it's just I'm failing to cast because of being too low of a level or something. Oh, maybe I had to scan again to see those. That time I went from close to full health to dead, so I guess I should just avoid them. I can't open it because the enemy's there. Guess I could use a deodorize or whatever to not have them detect me.
So now's no time to be taking in the scenery. Even a few dudes gotta catch a fire.
Follow my lead, Pop.
They're more likely to land that during stagger. I guess I could go give it a try. There's no penalty for dying. Nope, I think I fucked that up. We'll run away, right? That's fair. So stagger does potentially affect status effect immunity, or resistances, I guess. That's good to know. Oh, there's a retry from pause, okay. Probably the one that's guarding the thing, if possible. Kind of have camera control, but it feels like not really. So is preemptive strike based on, it's not based on touching them from behind, it's based on touching them before they get the little Metal Gear Solid alert thing. I thought folks were just familiar with Tunic. I've heard really good things about it. That's all.
Change is good, Pops.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Keep up, old man. Keep it together, Pops.
I appreciate
Does. Change is good, Pops. Kick back. Keep up, old man.
At least he used it on him instead of me.
Counting on you, old man. Kick back.
I
For
appreciate
you.
Feasting stagger here a bit. Let's see how close I was.
Change is good, Pops.
Was it even worth it? I guess we're gonna find out. I actually don't know. I guess I can get this item now. 15 iron shells. Maybe got an okay amount of CP from it. The stat increase, I think I asked this before, but that's just while they're in that role. So those aren't like permanent stat boosts regardless of what role they're currently on. One more time.
Keep up, old man. Kick back.
Poison man, that's maybe good. I wish she would switch to something else when one of those spells clearly lands, you know? the main thing that was working for me there was just the fact that, like, it decided to use its super attack on Saj instead of the character that ends combat. I don't think I've ever been a fan of games where you get a game over when the controlled main character dies. It's just such a weird thing to do, especially when games have forms of resurrection. Wouldn't be surprised if the medic class gets a life spell later. So you're like, well, it's the only character that can use a Phoenix Down for an item, but if like an allied character can cast life, but only on a character other than the main character, right? Never really understood it.
Oh no! Change is good, Pops. Huh? For you.
Oh, you're stupid. 160 Christogen points. Can't really tell if that's good or not. Probably not worth farming them. It was good to learn that stagger affects status effect application. Maybe I could have known that otherwise. Well, the amount of CP you need to move nodes on that seems to be almost totally arbitrary too. Or at least it's not conveyed in any way. Sure, yeah. You're the leader of the demons. It still feels weird in those games that you're even a targetable entity at all, or that you have actions separate from commanding your demons. That's probably because I played Pokemon first. So it's only game over if the whole party dies. I think Persona 3 was probably the worst form of it that I've seen on stream so far, where the lack of control over your party members implied that there was only one way to play the main character. And it was Mediarama spam. Maybe buffs.
Where's the camera when you need one?
You look tired. Not enough sleep?
I guess.
Not surprising. Cute girl like me. It's hard to close your eyes, huh?
I'm just gonna lie down for a bit.
Being made a lassie, it's not easy. I mean, look. Even I'm kind of worried. But even if we don't know what'll happen, we have to keep our dreams alive.
Still kind of feel like the concept of being turned into a lassie is like fucking terrifying and horrible. And maybe it's okay if her deal is that she's chipper about it, but everybody else seems to be kind of, yeah, all right. You ruined my birthday for proposing to my sister who just got diagnosed with terminal cancer, you asshole. Get out of my house. It ain't easy being Cece. I think that's part of what makes my eye twitch a little bit, is that the setting bullet points seem in contrast with the tone the game is trying to take. Okay, I guess maybe that changes things a little bit. Oh, and then that's why there was the scene where he saw her tattoo, or Lightning saw her tattoo, and I was like, oh shit. What do you mean, oh shit? You just found out about this. Yeah, exactly. Like, it feels like this should be a really oppressive and dark atmosphere in this game. But it seems like it's trying to do multiple things at once.
You scared me.
What's up?
I'm okay with a chipper Final Fantasy. I don't need everything to be dark and oppressive all the time, but that idea is dark and oppressive inherently, I think.
Don't blame yourself. You know, you can't control who a FLC picks for a focus.
My son Dodge.
I guess that seems odd to me because it's so trivial to prove.
He was picked. He's a lessee.
Well, that makes sense. I thought they were going to say that in the previous scene.
So, I took him to go on a tour of the Uriday Gorge plant. Thought I'd surprise him with a chocobo chick to take home, but the second I turned my back, into the energy plant he went.
Dodge! Dodge, come out here! Dodge!
Wait, why was she in that flashback? Is it just because she's imagining herself as though she was there?
Where are you? Say something! Dodge!
Or are we meant to know that she already knew this and wasn't paying attention?
What's wrong? Dodge!
Daddy.
It's all right. You okay? You're not hurt, are you?
Yeah.
What's that? Apparently, those post-Lassie had snuck in and tried to attack the Sanctum Fal'Cie. It did the only thing it could.
So I want to be clear that I don't think that every story needs to be told in a linear fashion, and I think maybe concealing the idea that Saj's son is a Lassie is maybe a good idea, or could add some drama or make an interesting twist later in the story, but here I wish I knew this when we first met him.
After that, to take custody of him. Then, it was one test after another. Even then, they couldn't figure out his focus. Maybe it was look for post-Lassie, maybe it was kill him. Either way, how could a kid that young even stand a chance? After he was made a Lassie, Dodge had some way of sensing things from Pulse. He was the one who found the Pulse Fal'Cie. But the kid can't fight. So, that's why I put myself on the train to Purgeville. I figured his focus had to have something to do with destroying that Pulse Fal'Cie. Thought I could do it for him, and, well, you know the rest. If I was right about his focus, he's probably a crystal already. Of course, if he was supposed to take out that thing's Lassie, then either we die, or he's a Seath.
Die? Really?
Yes? You been paying attention? She's like, oh, I was confused about the nouns. Shit.
It's a pickle, all right.
When you asked me why I was so chipper about this whole Lassie thing, it's because I didn't follow what was happening either.
Says no.
Fuck. I thought I was like a good Esper god monster thing. No, that's a cocoon Fal'Cie. You're a Pulse Lassie. That means you're a bad
Right.
Esper thrall.
What is that?
But put a big question mark on the word bad, because I'm sure we're going to get the pulse and find out, oh my god, it's actually Cocoon that's the bad guys all along. Shock.
A device that
Bunch of
makes bad
unnecessary
weather.
prejudice against Pulse? No. I hope they subvert that, because that seems so obvious. Right?
Isn't that adorable?
Primer. What? Modulate precipitation levels in the surrounding area. Certain indigenous fauna exhibit a rain-shy behavior. So instead of having a dynamic weather system, because the game probably didn't have whatever their original planned scope for it was, they just made little meters that let you turn on rain or turn it off to get the rain-dependent enemies. It's great.
What do we do now?
Well, it's just to fight that big dragon that can then give it a try, I guess. I like the different characters' animations are different even when using the same abilities. When Saj is doing like an AoE attack with a bunch of bullets, is that his version of Blitz? Or is it like a completely differently named ability? Clearly not super important. There's another one of you back there. Oh, absolutely. I'm honestly kind of over like dynamic weather and time of day shit. Like it's one of those neat ideas that sounds cool on the back of a box, but I think it tends to be more of a pain in the ass than anything interesting most of the time. One of those like the fantasy can't really ever match the intent behind it most of the time, I think. Good. It effectively is for most players, because in Elden Ring, every time you teleport to a bonfire or die, it resets the time, right? It was only because people told me that there were nighttime combats that I was able to discover in the room. I don't think Day Night improved Elden Ring for me. I mean, it's neat from a lore perspective that some things would only spawn at nighttime, but in practice I wanted it to be day all the time so I could see what I was doing. So no, I don't think it was worth it.
You notice anything different about the local wildlife when the sun's out? Now, if we regulate the weather...
I mean, in the sense that you might find bosses you didn't catch on previous playthroughs just through random happenstance of exploring an area at nighttime. Like I said, I get the fantasy behind it. I understand why developers were excited to include it. It's a really exciting thing to put on the back of your box, right? I just don't think that in practice it ends up being terribly interesting for the player a lot of the time, because it becomes okay, how do I manipulate the time of day to get time of day gated mechanic to occur when I need it to occur? I wish they would switch cure target if the situation changes while they're healing there. Yeah, it feels a little half-baked in Elden Ring. Like, I think they probably had bigger ambitions for things that would only happen at certain times of day. But effectively, it's just there's an occasional set of bosses that can only spawn at night, right? So like things that only happen in the morning, or things that only happen right at noon. In terms of getting less content, you know. Agreed. If you would see the maximum amount of content if you were able to keep it permanently nighttime. Exactly. That sounds like a scope thing, though. That like they probably originally had more ambitious plans for the time of day system, and it kind of ended up just becoming nighttime bosses. I know, right, Serp? That's why I kept trying to make sure it was daytime so I could see what the hell I was doing. Yeah, right. You realistically almost never want to actually activate pastime. Really torn on casting Libra in this game. I get the use case for it, but it feels like there are so few elements and effects to try that you may as well just let the computer figure it out to spam. Because once it learns status effects and elemental resistances once, it knows them forever, right? I think I like Day and Night slightly better in Breath of the Wild, but I think Breath of the Wild also had more uses for it. I think there were a handful of puzzles where you had to like get a shadow to pass at a particular time of day, right? So that's kind of cool. But also, if you took it away from the game, I don't think it would be losing a lot. Yeah, it works in fucking a time loop game like Majora's Mask or Outer Wilds or something like that. In fact, it's necessary to that kind of game. It might just come back to the thing I say a lot, that like this is a mechanic that works if the entire game's focus is on this mechanic, of like that's the whole point of the game, but if it's something they kind of just threw in there to have something to put on the back of the box, then it's usually not so great. Agreed, yeah, because the timer is irrelevant to the main dungeons in Majora's Mask, right? I guess the timer is effectively paused if you use the inverted Song of Time, but that's a weirdly important thing to not be clearly conveyed to the player. Yeah. Agreed. guess the way I would put it is I don't think that weather and day-night cycles are like rotten to the core, that if a game has them, they're necessarily bad, but I feel like it's the kind of thing that devs should only include them if they really have a cool idea for ways to use them and not just do it because that's what you do in games, right? These days. It's not 1996. I don't think, you know, Game Informer is going to publish a scathing article about this game doesn't even have day-night cycles, and those have been around since 2004, right? My immersion is ruined. I really want to auto-target the fighting finish off. That's really frustrating. Definitely see that being a problem. Oh, yeah, cool.
I'm sorry.
Maybe the land poison, so that's kind of nice.
I'm sorry.
So I guess you just need to be topped off all the time? Time poison missed a bunch of times. I feel like I should just force that to go each time so that it doesn't get wasted from auto battle. But it looks like telling it to manually cast a spell is also kind of bad. I can't tell. It seems like manually casting it causes the ATP meter to slow versus letting it fill all the way. Yeah, it's a bump the lamp kind of situation in that game. It's really fair. I think the way I would characterize the AI in this game is that it's frustratingly stupid, but just smart enough to not be worth casting things by yourself. That makes sense. There's Saturn. I'm gonna die now. I was almost dead. I barely survived, okay. I feel like I'm always just short of maxing here. Oh, Kira. Okay, that's nice. What circumstances will he use in Thunder? Always? It will apply even after changing jobs, I guess. Guess maybe they're trying to make me switch it to rain so that I don't have to fight the wyverns. Oh, never mind. They're trying to do a thing where there's an annoying enemy after each of the nodes, and you can choose to despawn the annoying enemy, I think. Yeah, I could hear that. Does she not like to use Cura? Oh, there it is. Okay. I don't know if that's actually more MP efficient than just casting Cure. Bite. No, basically. Hey, thanks, Chaos. How you been? Underhanded, that's nice. Appreciate that. I can't get Saj to attack the weak enemy, right? That doesn't change based on what I've recently targeted, I guess. Oh, but I have no control over whether they're standing next to each other, do I? Yeah, like I said, smart enough that it doesn't seem worth inputting the commands myself, but dumb enough to be kind of annoying. I think Asuna's nice for that kind of situation. Changes things a bit. How's your COVID? Have you recovered yet? I think because it really wants to cast poison for whatever reason, probably manually try to cast Deep Protect. Why would you control such a thing? That's what you can cast Party. I know, right? It's just hubris. Here's the stagger finally. Seems fair. Means no Elden Ring still. Oh, please, thank you. The end thunder animation looks kind of cool. I have a totally maxed gun on Saj, and maybe these fights would be insanely harder if I didn't, but... kind of hard to tell? Hey, height. It's ridiculously good. Elden Ring is so good it kind of makes me angry, like... making every other developer look bad. I hope they still make, like, games in the style of Dark Souls 1. I hope that they don't, like, do what might be happening to Zelda, where we just get Breath of the Wilds every 15 years. But that's how much work goes into making them good. Maybe they can still go back to making, like, 2D style Zeldas every now and again. And... exactly. I thought that was a preemptive strike, but it's not. Oh, it feels like you. Okay, so that Kira was AoE because they happened to be standing somewhat close to each other, I guess. One of the lands. Not the lands between or between. Pretty good. Human. Oh my god. The AI wasting fire like that constantly. This game kind of hurts to play sometimes. So, like, I think of a lot of video games as having different kinds of brain chemistry loops. Games that I enjoy are ones where when I do a good job, I feel dopamine. Because I feel like I'm getting rewarded for doing a smart thing. And games that stress me out are ones where I just feel relief at not having fucked something up. I think this is one of those relief at not having fucked something up type games. Good, I'm glad that battle ended even though the computer wasted fire on 3 separate enemies, right? That's what every RTS game feels like to me. And it sounds like that's how a lot of people feel about Souls games, that they just feel relief when they beat the boss instead of that hit of, wow, I did something right.
It smells fishy. I'm gonna find it.
Try to see if I can upgrade her weapon, but I have a feeling we're going to switch off of them soon. This game's going to have to kind of permanently be my counterpoint. I always make that argument that I like games that are willing to hop perspectives, because it's a thing that movies do, and it's really good for the pacing of movies. But I'm going to have to remember Final Fantasy XIII, where jumping around doesn't seem terribly helpful. Dude, I just want to sell these. If they sell for a decent amount of gil, each one is like I don't know, 1/25th of a max weapon at this tier. I have so few other things to sell right now.
That's not good.
What do we do?
All right, I got it. We sneak.
Right.
You know, something's been bugging me about the like feel of the zones in this game, and they feel like a PSP game. You know how like the difference between the level design and something like Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater and like any random Peace Walker level? Again, I don't think that the maps in Final Fantasy X were like revolutionary JRPG level design or anything like that, but I did feel like each of the areas kind of had its own identity to it, as opposed to just like texturing the little square arena, you know? Okay, so Kira's able to be AoE right now, so that's good. Just completely unwilling to spread those cures around, huh? Okay, so she'll tend to Asuna if people aren't in yellow health bars, I guess. Do they just get immediately re-inflicted with those negative status effects? Yeah, Crisis Core maps, thank you, exactly. I've never been able to put my finger on it, but there's something about PSP games, I don't know if it's like some engine restrictions in the way they're able to be developed, but most of those maps feel weirdly like flat and unpopulated.
I'm sorry.
Like here's just a place and we put in a custom skybox and we textured the ground, but there's just a place for enemies to spawn in, right? It doesn't feel like I'm moving through an actual place in a world, I'm moving through video game levels. Try to scan them, I guess. What am I learning here? One is immune to lightning, one is weak to lightning. Okay. Susceptible to poison. Yeah, so you can't really keep track of like where you are with these characters. Why is she still poisoning the one that... Oh, because I still have to select a target. It's not when I'm poisoning? Oh, I'm so confused. Combination of polygon limits on the PSP. They're design characters and creatures that would stand up graphically with home consoles. So you had to strip the environment down and keep the levels small or sparsely populated. That makes sense. I'll buy that for sure. Specifically say vulnerable to poison.
I owe ya.
Saz seems to really want to fight that one anyway. Finally landed. Both poisoned finally. It's already debuffed, so I don't want to be doing that, I don't think. Worried that he's stupidly using in water and in thunder and healing some of these enemies repeatedly. But it's hard to me to pay attention to that because I feel like I'm having to focus on staying alive. Oh, one of them's dead. Oh, that's good. Thank you, poison, I guess. We get a terrible rating for this fight.
I owe you.
So, do different... Could I, like, when I see an enemy about to use an attack, could I switch to, like, a tank job to take less damage from it? Because that seems like a cool idea. It looks like there's a decent delay between an announcing an enemy is about to use an ability and them landing it sometimes. And maybe that explains the whole ATB refresh thing, that they want to be able to give you a chance to react to stuff, and it just turns out that you can cheese that by swapping constantly. Just don't have the tank job 10.5 hours in. Still give me 4 stars. Starium expanded.
A hop, skip, and a jump, and we're in Nautilus.
The city of dreams.
If only we were dreaming up those clouds.
What's the deal? I'm gonna run and take a look ahead.
He always says that, and maybe if I stopped moving, he would always get ahead of me. Oh, is he catching up? Okay, he's catching up. I had Hope say that a couple times. It was just behind me the whole time. Thanks for scanning, dude.
Oh, climbing over's out.
Yeah, I think saying the maps in this game feel like Crisis Core levels, like random missions. Pretty accurate. I always really like that about 2D, like SNES era JRPGs, that the levels often looked pretty unique and stood out from each other. I wonder, as much as I hate random battles, I feel like being able to put the enemies on the map like this kind of enables them to build these weird boxy arenas that just have enemies standing around in them, right? We kind of didn't have an excuse to not do something interesting if the battles are random. 15 hours away from the point where you have consistent access to a reasonably complete battle kit. Oof.
When it rains around here, it pours. And then it rains some more.
Saz.
I do think random battles are a trade-off type thing, that if you choose to have enemies on the map, you're spending a lot of dev time on that.
course. It's not to say I always hated it. Seemed fishy. All that sanctum ranting about the threat from Pulse. Only a matter of time before they strike. Pulse is infested with monsters. Scare after scare. Not even a shred of proof. Tired old cynics like me? We don't just swallow that tabloid crap. No, not me. I figured the Sanctum was up to something crooked. At least until I got dragged in.
Yeah.
Turns out they're up to something crooked anyway.
Think about it. All this purge business. It really only happened because Dodge found that Pulse
Oh
Fall
no,
C.
Spiky.
You're wrong.
Huh?
Don't blame him. It was all...
I don't hate that, Robin. That sounds cool.
Yeah, you're right. It was that scum from Pulse behind it.
Maybe some indie developer will really be fond of this, like, paradigm system and try to make it and really just think about the math on it and how best to introduce it to a player
You're getting soaked.
without the excessive gating and tutorializing of this.
I'll be fine. It's only water.
I think it particularly frustrates me when the AI in a turn-based RPG is bad because, like, there are so few actual choices to be making, right? Like, one of the most simple ones is don't cast your higher level spell on an enemy that has no health left, right? It's something that a computer should be able to know most of the time. Your narrating is bizarre.
Director Roche, SciComm Division. Cocoon is caught in the grip of a pulse-born terror. If we allow the seed activity to continue, panic will rip our world apart. The peace and stability we have fought so hard to maintain will be nothing but a memory.
See, but I feel like that landed so hard with the Yuna Tyrannin, and it's just, like, completely unearned in this game. Like, I figured they were going there with that, right? But
There can be no hesitation.
That is all.
If we fail, our citizens will pay the price.
I think they also informed Hetty Burris to perform Yuna that way, because her voice performance kind of implies that she's kind of forcing a smile for most of the game.
We can make it. Get to the station and board the train for Eden.
You think it's still running?
Well, if it isn't, we'll make it run.
Then punch straight into the heart of the Sanctum? Now you're thinking like a Pulseless Sea.
Well, this is Operation Nora. It's not just Snow I'm after. The Sanctum's gotta pay too. Hey, you're the one who said we had to fight. Every minute we waste, we're tempting fate. There's some underground tunnels not far from here. I used to play in them when I was a kid.
So a game that
No one
does
uses
hopping
the entrance
perspectives
anymore.
well, I think,
So
is
even the
Final
army
Fantasy
doesn't know
IX.
that. But I know where
I
it
guess
is.
you kind of pay for
We
it
can
in the
sneak
sense
in
that
under their
you
noses.
haven't leveled Steiner at all
Sounds good.
by the time
Great.
he's actually permanently in
Here
your
we go.
party, because you cut to him so infrequently, and when you do, he rarely has combat tasks, right? But I'd rather take the mechanics hit if I haven't gotten to play with Steiner very much over the story hit of this game, trying to, like, evenly swap between the two groups of two people every hour and a half or so.
Huh. No more rivalries now.
They've gone into narrative debt, and they plan to earn it retroactively in a future stream.
Okay. There's an old drainage pipe.
Yeah.
We can use it to avoid being seen. The tunnel entrance is a little further up.
It really feels like this game should be studied. Like, you should offer a class on it, have everybody play through it, and in a game dev class.
Follow me.
Kind of come back and try to figure out what things do work, what doesn't work, why doesn't it work. Because usually, I think the reason it's interesting is because the story, like I said, isn't rotten to the core. It's just presented in such a bizarre order and with such a strange pacing that it doesn't really have time to land ever. Oh god. Okay. So still try to buy the most expensive one I can afford. So a Fulmin ring is, if I were to level the spark ring up enough that I could use a catalyst on it, I would evolve it from a spark ring into a Fulmin ring. Oh yeah. FF6 has really great perspective hopping. Like I thought I was basically a universal fan of it. Any game that did it, I would be happy to see it. But it just doesn't seem to be well done in this.
Out of my way! That's how it's done.
That works. Just to boost the main effect, okay. And a lot of those effects, like, I find that a lot of the times the purpose of a crafting system, if the entire game isn't built around crafting, is a way for the developers to subdivide their rewards so that instead of having to give you cool +1 sword, they can give you 3 1/3 pieces of a cool +1 sword. And it ends up being kind of like a shortcut a lot of the time, which is fine. Like, I'm okay with that. That doesn't make me mad necessarily. It's fun finding, I don't know, Titanite shards in Souls games or whatever, because it's a cool upgrade to get, but I think that there are certain effects that you cannot subdivide. Because the only way to subdivide you are immune to poison is to say you have a 50% chance to ignore poison, right?
Target's a target.
And like, I'm already unlikely to take a thing that gives me immunity to poison unless I'm 100% positive that it's an issue against the boss or area that I'm in. But I'm definitely not going to take something that's 20% chance to resist poison or 50% chance to resist poison, right? It's just a fundamentally unsubdividable effect. You can maybe come up with something like, you know, chance to resist, 50% chance to resist poison and all poison damage is cut in half. Like, that's a little bit better. I might be slightly more likely to take something like that. But I think it kind of comes down to they need to be able to subdivide it because they can't give you the full star pendant here, right? I don't think any idea can be good enough to be immune to being ruined by bad execution. Yeah, I would agree with that.
There should be another drainage pipe.
That's how it's done.
Maybe, I feel like that kind of effect is so hard to, especially when you're dealing with opportunity cost, right? Like, if you have to weigh 20% chance to negate all ailments against doing 10% more damage and just the fight ending before the enemy gets a 5th chance to cast their ailment ability on you, you know? It's like the kind of effect that you kind of have to already really be aware of the game's map and how often things are going to be hitting you for them to be useful. But I guess that's just kind of an extended problem with situational accessories and abilities that you can't know to equip the Star Pendant unless if you're reading a walkthrough that tells you the next boss uses poison spells, or if you die to them, load your save and then change your equipment for it. And any in-game solution to that problem is basically just a spoiler, right? I guess you could do something like, what is it, Lost Odyssey lets you change your accessories and rings out in combat, which is nice. So you can have the enemy hit you with the thing and go, oh, okay, well, now I'll change to that. This here. Like avoid an enemy or something? Yeah, I'm extremely good at 100% and worthless otherwise. Exactly. Yeah, that could be kind of cool. I don't know if I've played any games that have experimented with that. Like maybe if you kill the weakling enemies, the trash enemies in a dungeon in a certain way, you can get hints. You can get like the scan data for the boss at the end of it. But you have to earn it.
I think we made it past all the guards.
I guess that's been the solution in tabletop RPGs for the longest time, is that dungeon masters will like add a little side quest or a little side NPC that if you talk to them will reveal the boss's weakness, but I feel like I don't see that as often as you might think in video games. It's a Hawkeye. Oh, did those numbers from that weapons table include the initial XP gain from getting them to 36x with sturdy bones? I think the answer to that is yes, right? So there's the Hawkeye. Need more money first, I think. Well, see, I think something like Dodongo doesn't like smoke.
It'll be fine.
Is
only kids like me know
why I
about
like it in games like Zelda, because it's like you can't kill a Dodongo without using a bomb. There's nothing else works at all.
Then we better hurry.
But JRPGs tend to take the strategy of like, oh, if you use poison on this boss, it's like it doesn't trivialize. It makes the encounter a lot easier. And if you forget to use poison, you can still limp your way to victory, right?
We'll find out today.
So I think I prefer the RPG bosses where it's like they only take damage while they're poisoned or something.
Automated Nutriculture. I think I remember learning about this in school.
Nutriculture. So this place seems laid out more interestingly. I guess we still haven't been to a town in 11 hours, huh? And towns help you to understand the identity of a region where the town is. Even if the town is just like Rin's shop or something. Wow, they really like their flans in this. Oh, they keep... I hope the name of the dessert was pronounced flan, because I used to say flan when I was a kid, but they keep having enemy names that sound like they want to be pronounced flan. Flannery. Oh god, Spiky. So if you have 100% immunity, then the ground cares that you have 100% immunity, but if you have 99.9%, then it does nothing. I think they're very proud of this, like, your party member runs ahead of you to scout thing. It's so silly, because they don't really... Nothing ever comes of it. There's like, I'm gonna go look ahead.
It's the city's food production fallacy. Name's Carbuncle.
Okay.
That's one of our enemies, being Sanctum and all.
So, kill him and cut off the food supply. That'll make us popular.
I think people have enough reason to hate us, don't you?
Yeah, you're probably right. Hungry people make for angry people.
Why don't we use that as a landmark?
Here you guys heal each other.
That's how it's done.
Yeah, right.
Look at us. Pulse Lassie, using a sanctum fallacy to tell where we're going. Sort of strange.
Not really.
Is it?
We've relied on them our whole lives.
Look at us.
The food we eat.
There's a big fucking thing over there.
And water.
And there's only one hallway forward, but it's a really useful landmark on the horizon.
I think Cocoon was really built for them. The rest of us, we're just leeches. Parasites.
You think? They protect us, nurture us. They take care of, well, normal people. They treat us like we're special. Almost like we're pets.
Like pets. To them, we are just pets. That's it. Now it makes sense. I've been so blind. I was born into a Fal'Cie world, raised on a Fal'Cie leash. It was the only life I knew how to live.
I think I needed to read the novel about living life
taken from me,
in this town.
I was completely lost. Without a master to follow, my life had no purpose.
Mousy girl in a Fal'Cie world.
Listen to me. This Lassie curse, it took everything from me. My future, my dreams. I didn't want to think. So I fought instead. As long as I was fighting, nothing else was real. I was running away. And you, Hope. You got swept along with me.
Yep, those are the two things that have happened.
Lightning, I don't understand.
Operation Nora is over.
What?
No!
You told me to fight!
I made a mistake!
But you can't do this. You can't just build something up like that, then abandon me.
I won't abandon you. I won't.
Hey,
You can't just throw in the towel. How am I supposed to just forget about all this?
Again, like, I'm gonna keep using Final Fantasy X because it's instructive and how different it is. 10 is very concerned with showing us what it is to live as a normal person under the threat of sin, and with the summoners being sent to cause the calm, right? Like, that's most of the game is seeing how people react to that kind of world, who agrees with it, who disagrees with it. And the game is arranged in such a way that the beginning plants doubts for you immediately, because you're this weird outsider from this technological world, right? And the first people you meet before you meet all the weird, like, Yevon worshippers are the Al Bhed, and they seem fine, you know? So here, I feel like they have to do some work to show us what it is to just be a person in Cocoon. And they haven't. They're, like, asking us to fill in those blanks for them constantly, like... I had a whole life. We're like, you know, we're pets on their leash. It's like, okay, that's a cool idea. What does it mean, though?
So what do
Show
we
me
do
what
now?
that life is like before you throw me into the action hallway.
We're Lassie, ticking time bombs, enemies of Cocoon. If we can't follow the plan, do we just lay down and die?
I didn't mean we should give up.
Then what battles do we fight? And against who? Tell me that!
I don't know yet.
You don't know yet?
That's right. I don't know yet. But I do know we can't lose hope.
Hope? There is
That's
no
my
hope.
name.
Not for Lassie.
There's you.
It's my name. Not who I am.
I was just like you.
Right.
My parents died. I had to be strong for Sarah, so I thought I needed
Yeah,
to
they
forget
had
my
beach
past.
parties, nice
I
suburban
became lightning.
homes, too much salad.
I thought that by changing my name, I could change who I was. I was just
I'm curious now. I'm looking at my Final Fantasy X, Final Fantasy X VOD
Lightning.
to see where we were at the
flashes
11-hour mark.
then fades away. It can't protect. It only destroys. Sarah tried to tell me, but I wouldn't listen.
There you are.
If you really are Lassie, it's my job to deal with you.
Typical.
I threatened her.
Come on, Slowpoke.
Sorry. Got held up.
Where have you been?
I am really late, huh?
The only one who believed her was Snow.
Don't say it! Don't say his name. It brings everything back. I keep playing it in my head. What happened to her?
Yeah, it seems
When I see
uniquely
stupid
uninterested
face
in getting me on board with
He's
it,
smiling.
rather than just through normal play.
How can he smile when she's dead? I know! There's nothing I can do about it.
Yeah, I just checked
I
it.
hate
We were in Mihen
No
High
matter
Road.
what happens, she's not coming back.
That's what I was having to add it up manually in my head.
When I was fighting, there was no time to think about it.
Yeah.
It felt good just to give in.
When you get to Mihen High Road, you understand very well the disagreement between the Crusaders and everybody else, and why the Crusaders are using technology and allying with the Al Bhed, right? Like, it... Again, it's not a masterpiece, but you get what's going on, what the conflict is, why it's a big deal that the Maesters are there, right? I feel like I don't have a tenth of that information about Cocoon versus Pulse or Sanctum or the lives of any of these people in this game. Yeah. I see. I keep coming back to that, and I think I gotta be fair to people who are big fans of Final Fantasy 13 and games that are similar to this, that I think that streaming has, if not made me a snob, it's made me demand that games be approachable to a blind player who's only ever going to play it once and doesn't have a lot of time to like sidetrack into stuff to immerse myself in it. And I don't think that every game necessarily needs to be structured like that. I certainly don't think that games are made worse by an attempt to make them accessible to a person playing it for the first time. You know, and if a game's going to be inaccessible, it had better be like that better be the back of the box summary is it's Dwarf Fortress. It's inaccessible, motherfucker. Get ready for it. You know what I mean? So I think I'm probably being overly unfair to Final Fantasy 13. I can envision a fan of this game who is just like already on board and willing to fill in a lot of blanks for the developers, that these scenes that feel like they're trying to force an unearned emotion, they're just willing to imagine what life must be like in Cocoon based on what she said instead of demanding that they be shown that. You know what I mean? It probably gets in the way of me enjoying things more, which is likely just a bummer for me at the end of the day. Like, there's probably a lot of movies, like, kind of like C or B- grade movies that I would enjoy a lot more if I wasn't so demanding that everything be set up properly and explained to me and brought me on board in the right order. Yeah, the game is still working in why these characters even care about each other. And it's not just like volume of like story content versus combat content, right? Like Operation Mi'ihen in Final Fantasy X, you've already done a lot of battles in that game. Like I wouldn't even characterize Final Fantasy X as being a game that's too heavy on cutscene or dialogue. It's actually pretty efficient, I think.
Talk to your dad.
What? Why?
No, we haven't. I guess we can try to infer from the fireworks party that they have fireworks parties.
It's just a way to die. I want you to find the hope.
But imagine if you were like, I don't know, just like pick a kid's story, The Giver. What if The Giver started with Jonas sledding down the hill?
I can't give you hope if you go to see your father.
You think meeting my dad will make anything better? He's never listened to a word I've said. He'll never believe all this l'Cie stuff.
Yeah, reading the codex entries when they pop up.
Snow believes Sarah, didn't he?
I don't know, I feel like I'm hostile to the game and unwilling to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I've done that before in other games where I thought the codex stuff was interesting. I keep coming back to Mass Effect, but Mass Effect is a game where I get what's going on and then I want to know more. And here it's like, no, you got to open up this optional menu to even know what the hell's happening. Who these people are, what their backstory is.
In a recently convened emergency conference, the Sanctum announced that the fugitive l'Cie have been located. The military plans to apprehend the l'Cie and carry out a public execution. These images coming to you live from the scene in Palampolo.
These are l'Cie. Show no mercy.
Exactly.
They aren't
Yeah.
people. They're targets.
Start running.
What?
I'll keep him busy.
Like, you might need to look at the codex to know that Krogan have 4 balls.
You survive.
Right? But you know what the genophage is, because that's like the main plot of the game. Whether you talk to Rex a lot or not.
That's some crowd. Gonna need a plan.
Since when have heroes ever needed plans?
A pretty good summary of this game so far. It's when writers ever needed plans. Wow, really, Spiky? Holy shit. So much has happened by that point in Final Fantasy VI. That's crazy to think about. Where's the time going? Like, I can only imagine that the battles aren't even that slow in this game. I just think it's because in all the scenes where story's happening, nothing's happening. It's crazy. It's 11 hours in the Chrono Trigger. Like already past Magus' castle. I can hear that, sir. It doesn't really slow down until the party splits up at the Returners hideout.
Lightning, listen to me.
Get moving.
No, you don't understand. Sarah's all right. She'll turn back.
Take care of Hope.
Wait!
Yeah, that's true.
And then there were 3.
9 would be a good comparison too, since the combat in that game was so slow.
Gotta go. So how you been?
I think with 6 it works for me anyway, because it's kind of do this like Star Wars Empire versus Rebels thing where like it's intense because we're on the run. And it only really starts to slow down after you beat Kefka and Narsheen. God, we haven't played as this guy in fucking ever. 27 video plus. I do have a time limit to select them, but it's not like the time limit in Final Fantasy 12. Am I correct that I should use Diamond Dust or Xanthan or whatever only after depleting the bar as much as possible?
Way to go.
Holding Connie was at 1500 as well. Yeah, that's true. You are kind of on the run forever in this.
You asked for it.
Yeah, Sentinel, right? Right. Provoke do anything solo? I assume no, right? Just wasting time. Yeah, right. You know who Locke is by the time you meet Edgar. It's a good point. Makes sense, Aki. I'm supposed to be using Ravager here? It's really hard to tell. I don't think this game was designed for like one-on-one fights at all. Halfway through this game. Fair. So they want me to switch to Sentinel so I can heal. 11 hours in a Chrono Trigger escaping the Blackbird. The game's already almost over. Yeah, the potions. This makes me concerned this isn't going to be possible. Makes it seem like I made mistakes earlier when I was controlling Shiva.
Not yet.
It's letting me look at his... Oh god, well, I mean, that's a part of the problem, I'm guessing. So characters just all gain CP whether they're in the party or being used or not, right? This is the most absurd level up system, I think. It's just normal ass JRPG leveling. You just gain XP and your stats get better and you have no control over it, except you have to go into this menu to hold the A button for a while. Instead of just saying, oh, Snow learned Aqua Strike. Your attack after defending. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Does Auto Gestalt attempt to cast Diamond Dust at the end as well? Impressive, just in case it doesn't.
Cool 'em off!
Sort of. You can prioritize certain classes, but
way to go.
They very rarely give you a choice between two things in there. Why would you spam provoke? Do they need to be provoked for Steel Guard to do anything, basically? So how does that whole counterattack thing work? Always prioritizes provoke. Do I have to actively activate Vendetta? We won't do that on auto battle.
Point for me! No. Not yet.
Change targets during the Shiva sequence? Oh, I'm gonna have to reapply all the level ups again, aren't I? Oh no, I remembered. Thanks, game. That's nice of you. Non-elemental damage. Ice damage. Spin freeze over and over, maybe? think I lost a thing on the clock for some reason. I don't know if I was pressing the wrong button for some reason.
Cool 'em off! Way to go.
Really weird. Let's do this again.
Shiva!
What's the point of that? That's bizarre. Disc 2 is still that's pretty significant progress.
Show 'em how it's done! Back off!
You need to like activate those, and then why is the computer so dumb about this?
We do this together!
Like, I don't understand why the computer wouldn't try to cast Provoke and then Steel Guard and then Vendetta, right? Like, instead it goes Provoke times 4, because I guess the way it's going is it's saying if no enemy is provoked, try to cast Provoke. So because it hasn't actually cast any of the 4 abilities, that status fails 4 times. I feel like that feels especially bad in the wake of Final Fantasy 12, where you would write a gambit, right? That would say, oh, you know, if Provoke is pending, then do this or whatever. I don't know. Surprised they didn't do the gambit system in this. Like, I feel like it fits a lot better with the whole paradigm system.
What's up?
Where have you been?
I got taken in.
Wait, what?
Not by enemies. It was the cavalry, not side.
Try hard to get Provoke to land. It can fail?
He said he'd lend us Lassie a hand. So now, your hero is back.
Why would the army help us? That doesn't make sense.
The military's got all kinds. Not all of them like the Sanctum. Don't worry. I'll handle the bad guys. Come on.
I feel like that battle should have started with you having a full bar and then, like, summoning Shiva and then Shiva doing a bunch of damage or something. Starting with Shiva and then having to summon Shiva again feels very odd. Can attack, I can still damage enemies, select Vendetta, counterattack enemies when attacked. Yeah.
Ice tracks. Is that some kind
Oh
of
hey, we're in a
power?
town, but it's another dungeon, isn't it? Yeah, we all have a special motorcycle god inside of each of us. Inside us there are 2 wolves, Hope. Yeah, very odd.
Nothing to worry about.
If I have a big stack of them. I can't buy them just yet, right? Maybe I'll put a shot in their face again here in a second. I was looking at things to sell.
How about this?
Take a look here in a second.
How about this?
I need to make a second slash and burn. I don't feel like the game has started yet. I don't know who any of the characters are. There is one enduring plot point, and it's that all of my characters have terminal cancer, and they have a quest that's either going to result in them turning into a zombie or turning into a crystal coffin thing. That's like the cool idea that stuck with me. I guess also the espers in Cocoon are used for different things like food production, and Cocoon is opposed to the surface world of Pulse, but Pulse is probably good and Cocoon is probably bad. I don't know if that's supposed to be a mystery. It seemed like they were making that pretty clear that I'm supposed to know that Sanctum sucks. Good synergy stuff too, I get. Oh, bar instead of N. That's not as exciting. Maybe it is for certain fights. Hey. No, I just want the health, please. Oh, you weren't joking about the disc change. I thought you were just making that up. You serious? Fair, enjoy, Yoku. Just trying to understand this game. I think my favorite theory that people have talked about so far is modeling it as Square Enix hubris, which was near its zenith. It got the worst in Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. I'm learning so much. I forgot to do the slash and burn thing after this. I knew it was in the menu to do something.
You see that?
Was it 4 discs on the 360? I think Lost Odyssey is 4 discs. That game's pretty slow paced and the battles are pretty slow. And you spend a lot of time reading the novel, but... the hubris parts comes in that people are playing it and giving feedback on it, and they're like, oh yeah, it's good because it looks pretty and it looks polished. I'm not like, is it sensical? Like, is it fun? I've heard of developers starting games like this with some kind of idea and then making it pretty far into development before deciding like, hey, the core gameplay that we designed just isn't super fun to play. We gotta go back to the drawing board. For sure. Yeah, and like the main game looks about as pretty as the FMVs too, which is nice. Right now, I'm not super sold on switching Snow to Sentinel. It just seems like it's going to make it take longer for me to win the fight if I just switch Hope to Medic occasionally. Maybe if the computer was better about like casting Provoke once, and then casting Steel Guard once, and then casting Vigilance Vigilance.
How about this? How about this?
I feel like this makes sense as the precursor to a game where a random barrel has many polygons as a player character, right? I got a credit chip, that's nice. Can I get those more often? Like I'm starving for money and I have to like sell useful things.
There's nothing we can't do! How about this?
Great.
How about this? You see that?
I can totally hear that, Aki.
Time to switch, kiddo.
Looks like he's using a special ability.
Thanks, partner. Anytime.
Oh, but I didn't provoke him, so he just attacked Hope with it. That seems pointless.
How about this?
Maybe if this game stayed in the oven longer, it would have been better.
How about this?
So, okay, here's an interesting argument, and I don't think this is coming from bias against the game. I don't like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't like a lot of what Tetsuya Nomura puts out, or his aesthetic, or what he thinks is cool in video games. But when I play a Nomura-directed Final Fantasy or Final Fantasy adjacent game, I get a sense that he has a vision for like how he wants it to be like, you know? And I don't think that there's a committee that's coming in that's like interfering too much with that. I just tend to not like his vision. But this game, I don't like. What do they want to do with it? You know, like what's this game about? Who is this for? Is it the over-aggressive like how DC Comics wanted to speedrun into having a Marvel Cinematic Universe, but didn't want to put in all the work to set that up. They wanted to jump straight into announcing Fabula Nova Crystallis.
How about this?
Without first releasing a solid Final Fantasy 13 and getting really great feedback for it. Yeah, this game's amazing. I'd love to play 17 Final Fantasy 13 spin-offs in this big franchise that you're building. Yeah, I got 5 stars for that. Let's remember to do this now. They really like to give you a 2-person party for a game system that was clearly designed to make sense around 3 characters. I guess it could be worse. I guess you could be solo a lot of the time, right? That would be pretty bad. You could draw a line from this to the FF7 remake. Yeah.
What am I doing?
Nothing to worry about.
fabulous exploding star crystals were already going off the rails even by the time this had come out. It reminds me of like, 'cause it's not just DC that has fucked that up. That's Universal did that with their Dark Universe thing. We're gonna release The Mummy, and it's gonna be the first movie in a Marvel Cinematic Universe of classic monsters. And they fell on their faces. And then Sony tried to do it a couple times. They did it once with how Ghostbusters 2016 was going to be the first movie in their Ghost Core franchise. Yeah, I don't see meddling as a problem. I just see like sometimes like I'll play a game and I'm like, oh, I can see that they were trying to go for this, but a good example is Mass Effect 2, and especially Mass Effect 3, way worse than 2. 2 survived the meddling and improved it in some respects, but 3 just collapsed under EA saying it has to have online multiplayer, it has to have this, it has to have that, right? But here, I don't even see the vision that's being meddled with, so it makes sense that that doesn't seem to be what happened. It just seems like kind of aimless. Like, you've heard people talk about, you know, if you're going to be a dungeon master and you're going to do a D&D campaign and you have a really cool idea for a final showdown with a big dragon, that should be your opening adventure, is the final showdown with a big dragon. It shouldn't be fighting tavern rats and kobolds for 9 months, because more likely than not your playgroup is going to fall apart long before you get to the cool fight that you have an idea for, you know? And like, this game feels like it's that in both respects, weirdly. Like, it feels like it's trying to rush to the dragon fight right away, and try to open with the most exciting thing it possibly can. But at the same time, it's because it feels like they're trying to do 10 dragon fights before we fight an Ultra Lich, or before we fight God or something, and we're gonna fight God in Final Fantasy 13-7. You know, the 20th installment of the fabulous Exploding Star Crystals franchise. You know what I mean? It's so strange, and I don't think I've really experienced anything like it before. You're not going to get it from a AAA dev that doesn't have their nose up their own butt, I think. They made so many assets for Final Fantasy 13 that got totally cut from the game. That its 2 sequels exist to get value out of them. Interesting. So aimless is a good description. Makes sense.
Thanks, Hope.
Aimless and, like, I guess aimless means poorly project managed. It's like the opposite of a Yoshi P joint.
How about that?
If there was actually a novel released before this game came out, that makes, like, complete sense. And in fact, I think I was asking about that earlier, because I know that that's the problem with Final Fantasy 15, that there's like a tie-in anime and a tie-in movie.
Anytime.
But I've played a lot of these games that feel like the developer has a book that they wrote in their head but never published, that they expected the player read in order to be on board with the game.
It's all about
you know?
teamwork. How about this?
I charges it for too long.
Hope, follow my lead. Thanks, Hope.
So does your current provoke status go away when you switch off this job? So it's like as soon as you switch to Sentinel, he immediately
Time to switch, kiddo.
starts wasting 4 turns casting provoke again, weirdly. The movie's useful, but the anime is an optional thing. Okay.
How about this? How about this?
why try to like Sentinel his big mana drive attack when I can just stagger him and pop him into the air and cancel it?
Just too easy.
That's awesome, sir. The novel has an English version now. First Amazon review, 5 stars. A must read if you want to understand the game. Oh god. That makes sense. I could see that happening behind the scenes, that you're like so absorbed in the world building for your universe and you're so just... You went to all this trouble to make this novel. Everyone will have read the novel, right?
I think we're almost there.
They had a better idea of what to do when they got to 13.2. I'm excited to see 13.2 and, what was it, Lightning Returns is 13.3? Maybe that's what the codex is all about, that they needed to like include. Someone was like, you got to have that information in the game, bro. Not everyone's going to play or read your novel. Like, okay, well, we'll technically put it in there. He did that for 8 and forgot to write the novel. I'm still convinced, my headcanon for 8 is that Sakaguchi got pulled off after disc 1, and they just kind of had his notebook.
Seems like you've toughened
that
up.
Was increasingly sparse.
I had to.
Like, okay, we're gonna go to space. We don't know why we're going there.
Yeah, the only ones that ought to be fighting the army are us dumb grown-ups.
Stab him.
You think it's stupid to fight?
It is if you get killed. Anyway, just lay low. Let the dummies duke it out. The army's no match for Nora, right?
It didn't even occur to me that, like, Hope and Snow were fighting together for, like, 7 battles there. Like, that's, like, the one thing they're trying to put. Like, he wants to kill Snow.
What's up?
You damn well know what's up!
Why haven't you called in?
Sorry, slipped my mind.
Ugh, right. What's your status?
Great, great. Hope's great, too. Are you all right?
I'm great, you're great, everybody's great. Reunion time. What? Figure out a rendezvous point. Don't sweat it. That line's hyper-encrypted.
Hey, sis.
The weird phones are kind of cool looking.
I'm not your sister.
This city's under our jurisdiction. We're the ones defending it. We should have a say in what's done to protect it.
Attention all units. Ignore all fire zone restrictions. Fire at will.
What?
Whatever it takes to kill the Lassie. Over.
Whatever it takes. You want to start a war in the streets? Civilians are still evacuating. The collateral we're talking about is unacceptable. You don't know what it's like out there.
You don't understand why we're here. Who do you think it is? Terrified of Pulse and begging us to kill the Lassie. It's not the Sanctum. It's not us. It's the people.
Is there a fucking data log entry on that guy?
Hope's place. Felix Heights, 35A.
Right. See you there. Tell Fang hey.
Take care of Hope.
All over it. And I'll tell you more about Sarah when we meet up. I found out she can turn back. There's still hope.
Snow, listen to me. It's about Hope. His mother was...
It's me.
Hope? Hope! Answer me! Hope!
Yelling doesn't fix it. It's called interference. You can chit-chat when we get there. I've got point. You fall in behind. And see if you can't cool off that head of yours.
Oh, that shouldn't surprise me. Does she have a new job? No. At least they start her partially leveled up. God, I got a choice down here. No, not really. Alright. You got a Ravage now. Sorry. Uses a lance, okay.
Here? The Lassie?
We're going to have a lot of company.
That's us.
Your fight's right here.
I'm gonna make another slash and burn.
Don't want to lose, do you?
I wish for status effects that it would try to like auto switch target. Maybe it does. I think when you do auto battle, you always have to pick the target and it'll just try to cast it multiple times in the same target, which I guess maybe they made the success chance low to make that feel less bad, but I don't know, like, provoke doesn't feel like it should be a thing that should ever be allowed to fail, you know? Unless if there's an enemy who's specifically immune to provoke. You never split one ATB between multiple targets unless something dies, you know? Yeah, you really want healing to split between multiple characters. I don't think it's able to at all, right?
Quit wasting my time.
It seems firing off partial ATBs is somewhat punishing, like, maybe it feels like it's punishing and it isn't actually, but it feels like what's happening is, like, the ATB freezes once you press Y to lock in an ability. And then it continues to fill if you just let it fill all the way, and then it gets to go multiple times in a row, you know? Maybe that's not actually right, and it just feels that way. Every time between ending an ATB and starting a new one is longer than between actions on the same ATB. Okay. And it's the same chain of actions.
Who are you? Where do I start? I've got a few screws loose, but I'm a Lassie, same as you. Hmm? Difference being, I wasn't born on Cocoon.
Not either.
I'm from Grand Pulse. The world below you all hate so much. My partner and I turned to crystal there and gone to sleep. But when we came around, here we were. The reason Cocoon's in such an uproar is the same reason you're here now. Vanille and I woke up.
We assumed that Vanilla was from Pulse. We assumed, maybe you even told us that Vanilla was from Pulse. We assumed they were connected because they both have an Australian accent.
Evacuation protocol. We will be moved to a secure location.
The Sanctum follows Foul Sea orders. It's not just after Lassie. They'll target civilians and purge everyone who's a threat.
More innocents get killed.
You can't take the blame for that.
Someone has to.
We can still save them. We let loose and bring the army to us.
Draw their fire.
I'm supposed to protect you. I can't let this happen. It's a tough call, that's for sure. Only one choice, I guess. I try to save everyone. So, Hope, are you with me on this? You just need to look out for yourself.
It's so hard to hate this guy. Wow, Snow's so cool even though I want to stab him in the back.
Here goes nothing.
Again, I know what they're trying to do. Does not sell the good shit yet, it looks like. I just want to sell these. Seems like a good source of money. Credit chips I can safely sell.
Citizens, a state of emergency has been declared. Sanctum military operations will be commencing within this area momentarily.
Nothing went down.
For your own safety, a mandatory citywide evacuation has been ordered. Please remain calm and...
There was a lot of weird, like, little areas you can go off to the side that don't have any items behind them. Maybe they're supposed to be so you can get a preemptive strike or something. The thing they're doing with Hope and Snow, they're doing pretty hard. I feel like it was inappropriate for them to, like, fight side by side for, like, 7 random battles before showing us any cutscene between them, though, right? Like, maybe the one where he shows up with Shiva and saves the day or something, but, like, for them to keep running around like everything's fine for a minute. But, like, the one thing they've meant to communicate to us is that Hope wants to kill him.
How about this? No problem.
Should you witness any suspicious activity, please alert the nearest uniformed soldier. Thank you in advance for your cooperation and swift compliance. I can take it. Surrender.
Let me look at this data log. People. Not very helpful. He's a competent military guy, and he wants to take out the Lassie. I mean, that kind of seemed to be the objective of the entire military. I don't get the sense that they do too much else other than fuck with Lassie.
Bring it on!
I think there's even really minor characters in, again, using Final Fantasy X, that are pretty well established to a new player, right? Like, what's the guy's name?
That's what I'm talking
the bald
about.
maester guy who knows Orin.
What was that all about?
Keenock? That sounds right. I feel like you see Keenock for like, he has like 5 or 6 lines at Operation Mihen, and you get enough from those 5 or 6 lines and the way that Orin responds to him that you know everything you need to know about Maester Keenock.
Soldiers all left. Do you find it a little better head home while we can?
All these people want to kill us, don't they?
Keenock a Maester? And part of that is that they're being clever with they're piggybacking off of our awareness of who Orin is and kind of like trusting him as a character at that point.
How about this? How about this?
I don't get the, like... Okay, so here's an example of a game that's meant to establish to you, oh look, this is a crazy utopia, but then like build dread for you for a couple hours before you realize the sinister underpinnings. Bioshock Infinite, right? Like, you get up to Columbia, and it looks like it's this weird floating city utopia, but as you're playing it for like 20 minutes, I remember Kat was watching me play that for the first time, and he's like, there's a lot of white people here. I'm a little nervous. And then not an hour later, it's revealed. But here, there's like, you don't experience the utopia of Cocoon at all, if that's what it's supposed to be. Maybe that's established in the codex somewhere. I think I gotta turn around here.
I repeat. Citizens, a state of emergency has been declared.
The closest we've seen is in the flashback of Lightning's really nice apartment.
For your own safety, a mandatory citywide evacuation has been ordered. Please remain calm and proceed as directed by security forces.
How about this?
Never established anything outside of what you as fugitives perceive. Goes back to the problem of never being in a normal town, just out in the field and on the run. Yeah, like even Final Fantasy VI, which has, like you were saying, aggressive pacing at the beginning, you kind of get a sense of what it feels like to be in Narshi. Like maybe you're closing the doors when the Empire shows up, right, and trying to keep to yourself. You get a little bit of like what it's like living in Figaro. Kind of get the feel of the way Figaro like is defiant against the Empire when the castle burrows. They're playing like they're allies. Yeah, it's basically just another dungeon, exactly. This is the one I was looking forward to. I keep talking about Palantoron. We're gonna finally get to see a town. Nope. Incorrect. Town themed all the way.
How about this?
0, yeah. I think that contributes to the whole lack of identity to the dungeons too. It just kind of feels like a PSP flat Crisis Core type mission. This is just a place for enemies to spawn. And like, you know, we make the joke in playing Dragon Quest games that they'll like reach into the random Akira Toriyama JPEG folder, and like sometimes the bosses and the enemies you're fighting in specific segments of the game are totally unmotivated. You're not fighting the two peppers, the Capsichums, because that's relevant to the plot in some way. It's just in their folder. That's true in a lot of Final Fantasy, but it's not always true, right? Like you're in Luca and like, oh, now we're fighting robots because it's the Albed. I guess here we're fighting Psychom dudes, but God, a Sonic fan.
Is there a problem? Now why don't you just calm down?
Now what's going on?
I've got you.
I am a Pulse Lassie! I'm here to kill you all!
What are you doing?
Clearing the area. They'll open fire on a crowd. Doesn't matter.
Golden Sun is a bunch of D&D monsters and 4 fights against actual characters, right?
So many. Are they really?
I like Golden Sun, but yeah, it feels like a lot of the fights are unmotivated. You can't have every single battle in the game feel motivated, I think. Chrono Trigger feels like it tries to. I mean, you're still fighting random dinosaurs and random orcs and goblins and stuff, but I guess just the way the maps are laid out and the way that they try to spawn in relevant places, and they might be doing things like the little imps might be kicking a soccer ball back and forth, right? They give you something to make you believe that, oh, this is a thing that actually exists in this world, as opposed to we're just reaching into the enemy folder here. Sometimes there's just a cave with a manticore, and that's okay. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like it's slower to catch up on health with a tank.
How about this? It's me you want! Oh, follow my lead! Well, come on!
I like the Earthbound approach, where a lot of the enemies are like so completely ridiculous that you're fighting them at all that's the joke. I don't know why this place is guarded by giant ants, but sure, cool. Seems like a really annoying fight. Want me to do this, I guess?
Shiva!
Got both kitties sitting next to me because I got the fan blowing on me because our AC's broken and they're very hot. I think I'll try to post a picture of it in Discord. Yeah, the guy gets to it. That's why you're fighting a hippie. Next time we get to a save point, I'll wrap up here. This is explicitly how you're supposed to fill Shiva's Gestalt meter, right? It's just using Steel Guard and waiting to cast this thing. I'll give you a cute kitty picture of Ben and Marty sitting on the chair next to me here. I'm looking at Pets channel in Discord.
Let's ride!
Feeling the cold?
That was a lot easier than, you know, like actually trying to fight them. You just saw them. Two of them I should be able to fight, I think.
I can take it. It's me you want!
Looks like the AI is allowed to cast Cure mid-paradigm shift animation. Obviously, I can't do anything mid-paradigm shift animation because I haven't told Snow what to do.
Oh, follow my lead!
I feel like this game didn't go too far. I think it needed to, like, not even let you micro their actions at all. Like, it feels so strange to be tapping auto battle and mashing the A button the whole time I'm playing this, you know?
Time to switch, Minnow.
Make the commando cosmetic for this, I think. Oh, you guys already had one. Okay. Accessory slot seems nice. Maybe the Cura, I guess. I feel like I'm gonna get a boss fight and then a save point, hopefully. It's the first ever rando NPC. It's not Hope's mom. See, this is good. Yes. this at the beginning of the game. Like, preferably with some other l'Cie that's not us before we become l'Cie, so that we know that becoming a l'Cie involves everyone, like, treating you like Frankenstein's monster, but it's actually really tragic because you're gonna turn into a zombie. Oh my god. This is a good scene, it just shouldn't be happening in 12 hours. Like, I feel like, ideally, it's like a plant remind payoff thing, right? Where we get a crowd pitchfork reaction to somebody else that's a l'Cie that's not us, so we know that's what it's going to be like. So that next time when we are l'Cie, and we run into another crowd, the player's already anxious that they're around regular people, and that the regular people are going to treat you like, you know, Frankenstein's monster or something.
Help us! Magic! We don't stand a chance! We can't fight that!
I'm sorry.
Time to go.
Stop them! After those clear! Fire!
Gotta stay ahead of them. We walk from here.
Blame the Matrix. It's so frustrating because the Matrix has the most intense feeling of like oppressive peril of almost any movie I've ever seen, and yet has these really badass wire-fu, heavily choreographed sequences that every movie and video game started to like mimic for years and years and years without any of the sense of peril. Like, as soon as he started wall running, I'm like, okay, they're fine. I feel no drama or tension here. Future Marstead, keep running down the hallway. Or I save again, so now I'm anxious.